Hello, everyone. Welcome to the grand finals of Golden Hammer Gaming. We have the Wombats versus Omega Redemption here in the grand finals. Omega Redemption took down Obfuscation in a thrilling 4-2 series, in which secured their victory here. Well, I forgot who the Wombats played, but they are here. Uh, they beat ITHF, but here casting with me is Huntarian. How are you today, Hunter?
You know what? I'm pretty excited to be here. I'm happy to be here for the grand finals. Obviously, I was here last time for the grand finals in a much different capacity, but I am more than happy to be here as a caster. And I think I'm noticing out the gate, both these he's opting for this kind of like dive poke like style because we see Pharmacy on one side, we see Echo on the other, and Jaxalo actually is kind of playing without a whole lot of help at the moment, just getting a little bit of help from the Brig and the Ana, but they got to commit onto somebody eventually, and Lindy Hop will actually be the first one to go down, so that's an excellent first pick for them.
Yeah, and as the season has happened, Omega Redemption has gone with this Winston Pharmacy comp, and the Wombats just kind of played more
Ooh.
meta-based comps, and they just kind of did whatever. But as the game's going on, Ultrarex got Atlas, and the rest has come through onto Dark Zephyr, so
Yeah, just like
continuing
that,
pressure.
yeah, just like that, it's their advantage. Jack's solo super low, Jehovah's super low. They're just gonna lose one after another, and the cap's gonna come through. And now the rest of them just need to try to get out with their lives. But they actually trade out considerably, so if they reset quickly, they might be able to commit to a pretty fast fight here.
Yeah, it is a Kiri versus Brig matchup, so a little bit in favor of Redemption, but we'll just have to see what happens here.
Yep, Pulse Bomb's not going to connect. They are going to put Flex out the point for a moment, looking to get that cap, and they are going to flip it directly back over. Party time is low, but eventually gets taken out as a result. So now we have the 5v4, just trying to make sure that both the supports stay alive. Jaxalo has gotten rid of one, looking to get rid of the Mercy, trying to go for the res, but doesn't quite get it. That's two for Jaxalo, looking for their third, as they're looking to be able to hold on to this point. But as I speak, Jehovah goes down with Cyrus immediately with the backup, so that should be the full reset as Flex likely not going to be able to escape.
Yeah, the Wombats just kind of understood what they needed to do. They're just kind of wrapped around the remaining members of Redemption, just kind of choked them out before the spawns came back in and just kind of choked them out slowly, took the point back, held it, and then, as we saw, just kind of secured it even more.
Yep. And now in this scenario, they're going to have all 5 ultimates for this fight. This means this fight really is as simple as just setting in a nano onto the monkey and just jumping onto this backline, whether that's going to be Lindy Hop or whether it's going to be Ultra Rex to try to get out their cooldowns. And it's also just getting to last fight territory. And here comes the Nano Monkey, doing it to make sure they stay alive. But Jack Solo is actually going to be the one to go down first. But Flex does not have any help with him right now. There's a whole lot of attention on the back line. So they're not actually able to go up and do anything. But Zarzepper managed to get one. We see the Valkyrie come online as well. Desperation kicking in here to be able to take this one away. We're seeing Desperation on both sides as well. A lot of ultimates being used. Now seeing me 3 be used by the Wombats. They're trying to bring it back, and that is the first step to doing so. But this is just a messy back and forth thus far. They need to come together on this Mercy, and Lenny Hop is getting extremely low, and they're just somehow staying alive. But again, it is the major back and forth, but with this Primal Rage, Flex getting super low, Ultra Rex eventually going to be able to make their way back. And honestly, this is super messy, but this should eventually be the Wombats, right?
It doesn't look to be so. It looks like everything's just getting popped here, but
There we go.
Redemption and the Wombats just trading back and forth, haymaker after haymaker, and it looks to be still fairly even. The healer, the one support left though, but SR gets 2. And it does go back to Redemption, holding it, but at least trying to hold up the world. Just very messy, just no finishing blows there. Like, the haymakers were thrown, just like the knockout blow just wasn't there for the Wombats on that fight.
Yeah, and both teams, the bright side, both teams do use all of their ultimates, so this is going to be a very dry fight, which realistically actually should be better for the Wombats. They typically are better in that neutral game setting, and just like that, Junk Solo proving my point right then and there. SR going to fall directly after the fact, and now, as long as the rest of, as long as they can come down on the rest of Wombats, kind of stagger them out a little bit, it should actually work out pretty well, but again, the scenario where they don't want to give up just because they lost two, but Flex is going to be brought back on the res. They're going to be able to stall this point longer and longer. Flex just needs to be able to stay on and stay in a position where it can't take too much damage, and that's going to be very helpful thanks to Lindy Hop. And just like that, they're coming back into this fight in a scenario where it looked kind of tough for a moment, but now with Flex getting hit with the anti-Lindy as well, now we are seeing the comeback from the Wombats. Just 3 more to clear off that point as we see the recall come out, and now it is just SR on the point, the last person standing, no recall, 1 blink remaining, trying to make it back to the point, eventually just going to get knocked away, and I don't think anyone else is going to make it back. We see the touch come through, but Lindy Hop not going to be able to make it back on the Lucio.
Yeah, those fights there, Jehovah just kind of able to stay there, not really feeling any pressure from from anyone really. He's just kind of just standing there being like, "Hey, yo, boys, I'm here for you. I'll keep you guys up as long as I'm not pressured out," and that's exactly what happened. Just kind of never got pressured out. Plus, the return to zero of no ultimates happening just kind of screwed up Redemption's ability just to hold the point.
Yeah, honestly, pretty much. Like, that's the kind of thing you have when you have this kind of like between like the pharmacy and the echo style. They both end up being pretty messy because while they both still rely on some sort of dive, if you don't have that extra person to commit with, it's really hard to get rid of somebody in that singular dive. So a
Yeah.
lot of these fights are going to continue to be messy like this, but it's going to be different with Darzepper now on the Sojourn instead.
Yeah, another one of like their more regular comps on runes for Redemption. They do favor this Sojourn comp. It does provide a lot of like long range damage though. You'll just have to see what happens between this Sojourn and Echo.
Probably going to have to. So for the time being, we're going to see them come out here. Nobody down quite yet, but SR is actually going to be the very first one to drop. Let's sleep on the Dart Zephyr, going to put them in a tough scenario. But the rest of the team is there to back them up. And as a matter of fact, Atlas is actually going to go down after the fact. So now we're back to the 4v4, but still that first cap should go over to them, you know, as long as they get on the point. They eventually will, and they are going to come away with this fight. Dark Zephyr going to be the last one to drop.
Yeah, it's just kind of a thing that happens with Ana. Get corralled in the corner, big anti-nade comes through, hits a couple members, forces Ultra X. I think Ultra X was forced to use Suzu early, so that no cleanse for that, and just Atlas takes down SR as well on the side lane while we're talking. So yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's going to be, you know, it's not the late pick you want, honestly. Like, you want to have all the time in the world to be able to set up for this next fight, but yeah, exactly. It's not really what you want. So we're going to see them engage back in. The Suzu already went through, by the way, and Ultra X is already going to go down, which means you're only going to have that Lucio healing. But Dark Zephyr has been able to find a couple of really good picks throughout these first couple of fights, but now they get rid of both of the DPS. Really need to come together on Jehovah here and get rid of the Ana that sleep. Going to prolong their life for a little bit longer, but eventually going to take them down. But now the beat's actually going to be invested, I think a little bit unnecessarily. We were in a 4v2 situation. SR is going to get another. I mean, I can understand it to try to secure the fight, as it really is just Atlas and Jack coming back to stall for as long as they possibly can. Getting that up to about 60%, likely going to cap at about that 63.
Yeah, maybe a little bit overcommitment with that beat, but throughout this game we've seen like just ults constantly be used, so they might have thought that something else was coming out, maybe the primal or maybe the beat from party time themselves, just try to hold on longer. But as we come in, it does seem to be a big ult favor in order of the Wombats.
Yeah, and Cryos had to make sure to kind of use their Primal Rage just to be able to stay alive from that Pulse Bomb. You didn't want to go in with such a low amount of health left on the table. Dark Zephyr is down first, but they're going to be able to get back. But the question is can the rest of Omega be able to survive long enough? Jehovah is just in the worst position possible, but is still going to manage to survive, but not long enough for that beat to come out. And now we see the commitment once again from both of these sides. As for the time being, they're just trying to come together. Zarzepper is going to come in. SR has already found two. Looking for that third. They just need to come together on one more target, and Cyrus might end up being the man. Down one, and now they're going to come back, barely taking that fight back.
Yeah, but you take that though if you're Redemption. You force
Yeah.
all the major ults coming out from the Wombats, and you see the Curie swap from the Ana on the side of the Wombats as well. So if you're Redemption, you're like, okay, we got out most of their ult bank. We just now need to worry about that pulse.
Yep. Very much so. For the time being, We're to see Zephyr over here just kind of just poking away for the time being, because they do kind of have to wait a bit for someone to dive in, and here comes that dive onto Zephyr, but is going to be able to survive for the time being. Just trying to come together on a target once more. The Pulse Bomb comes out. Atlas manages to get two, and the Pulse Bomb comes out on the other side. The Cleanse, though, is going to suffer from catching on to anything, so now the rest of Omega going to be taken out. 85%, still a nice percentage, but now you've got just potentially a beat to work with for the next fight.
Yeah, I guess one ult is all they need for it. But it is 85%, so it is kind of one fight territory for both of these teams. Like, once this fight gets started and once it ends, it's probably going to be one fight for either side.
Yep. And now it comes down to who gets that first pick. Jack still gets very low, but the Sombra should be able to get out very low, as a matter of fact. Literally one health, but manages to get the Mega, so they're going to be able to stay alive for the time being. Unfortunately, Ultra is going to be the very first one taken out. Dark Zephyr does manage to find one just before death comes through. Lindy Hop does get hacked, but the beat did come out after the fact, so they are going to be able to survive temporarily. So now we are back in the 3v3. Party time ends up going down. Lindy Hop not able to stay up long enough, and Dark Zephyr going to try to make it back in time to make an impact on the team. But for the time being, it's literally just Flex and SR trying to survive on the point for as long as they possibly can. Down to just SR, but the rest of the members are coming back slowly and surely. Pulse Bomb gonna cause some good damage to Cirrus, but it's not going to take them down. And now it's just two remaining on the point. Eventually, Lindy Hop going to come back. Lindy Hop actually is somehow going to come in and get Jehovah to be able to start things out here. And now it just becomes a mess of a fight once more. And that EMP could cause the beginning of the end. It is just SR and Flex back on the point. Flex hoping to get the Primal Rage out on time, but honestly, this is just becoming a very prolonged fight that's just staying in the favor of the Wombats, and that beat is going to secure the map for them. It looks like Wombats will start out strong and take Oasis 2 to zip.
Yeah, very nice from the Wombats at the very end there, just finding the weak point of Ultra Rex, forcing out the cooldowns, and then just eliminating him from that final fight. It just forced the Redemption just to take a very awkward fight,
Ooh.
and it was just like they couldn't really stand up against like the full 5 members when they were only 4 and with only Lucio healing. That's just kind of what happens. And plus, S I forget who it exactly was on the Wombats, but the Sombra swap as well just was really nice.
Yeah,
It
that
had
was
just
a
helped with the dive.
yeah, it was Jack Solo, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, 100% a smart pick, and like I still have to give some credit to Omega Redemption because
Mm,
it wasn't just a 2-0 slaughterfest. They hung in there on both of the points. Especially looking at SR on that tracer, who has been doing a ton of work. Like I think similar work to what Alice has been doing on the tracer as well. So I'm kind of excited to see that throughout the series, but the biggest thing is just the cleanup from Omega Redemption because obviously neither of the teams have had super great cleanups on these fights. But I
yeah.
think at least from the side of the Wombats, they have been doing it a little bit better. So if Omega
Mhm.
Redemption can just clean up these fights a little bit faster, they should realistically start taking more fight wins.
They should, but it's just like the matter as well of like ultimate investments because you saw
Mhm.
there a couple times a few unforced errors in terms of ultimate usage, but it happens sometimes, and I think we're going to be going to escort if I remember correctly. Nope, I'm corrected on that. It's actually hybrid now,
Hybrid, let's
and I
go.
forgot what's in the pool. I've been here
Well,
for
I can
six,
tell
seven,
you.
6, 7 weeks, and
Well,
I don't still don't know this
it
pool.
is a pretty decent map pool. If this is correct, with like listed here, which is Kings Row, Blizzard World, and Midtown. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, at the level
Mhm.
we're at, Kings Row is a very big favorite. But if we're talking about compositionally, what would probably work best for what Omega likes to run, I would honestly think their best bet would be to be able to go over to Midtown, especially if they wanted to keep running Dark Zephyr over on the Sojourn, which honestly was working out to a degree. It's just going to work a lot better if you're on a place like Midtown where you have to force the enemy through a choke. The soldier can kind of sit back on a high ground, and there'll be a lot tougher to touch in that scenario. But no, it looks like we are we are going with the OG
Kings
Kings Row instead. All right.
Yep. So Omega Redemption last week was forced on this map from obfuscation. They did put up a really good fight with their Ram Brawl style. I think they ran Ram Brawl. I could be wrong on that.
Mhm.
And I think they also did run a Winston dive in order to take the first point, and then they were forced to change up what they were running for the streets phase. They did lose to that, but in a really close 4-3 series for that map. So I'm expecting to see more of this like Winston dive to take first point, and then just swapping over to a more brawl style. Well, for the Wombats, I don't think they were ever taken to King's Row during a cast. So we'll just have to see what comps they run out on for that. Judging that the Wombats do favor m- more meta style, and let's put an asterisk on that because of Ilios, but we'll just have to see what they come out with.
Yeah, that's just the thing. Like we can make every prediction under the sun, but at the end of the day, we're not going to know until that timer hits zero what both these teams are going to do. But it's Kings Row. A lot of teams prefer to run that brawl like style. I know for like the super high like open SR ranks, sometimes it could be a little bit different depending, but typically we will see the brawl style on here. And while I'm a big proponent of that Ryan brawl style. Maybe we won't see it. Ramacho just happens to be a little bit better in the meta nowadays thanks to the recent buffs. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised to see that on both sides, quite honestly.
hmm
But
I think they're just discussing swaps or subs right now, so we'll see if they have a change of mind in terms of that. I know Sir Tom sometimes goes in for Ultra Rex depending on map types and everything. So, and it just was confirmed Tom is going in for Ultra. So, once again, the Preds are coming in and they do seem to be correct
they
from
are
us.
matching up.
And now that's 2 for 2 for the casting squad. We
Per-
take those.
we take those dubs. We don't get many of them. We
Yeah,
take, we
most of
take players.
most
We don't get dubs.
very true. Also, most of the time we curse things on the desks, so
Oh,
I'm glad
great.
I'm glad to see that that's not happening currently.
Yeah, I'm usually a big cursor, unfortunately.
Oh no!
In
Oh
terms
no!
in terms of predictions, I'm usually really
Oh, okay,
bad at
okay.
it. Yeah, but hey, I totally won't do that to either of these teams.
We at least hope.
At least hope. But oh no, there's no way. Okay, not even. We're not even at the counter yet.
Yeah.
That would have been
Mauga,
very funny though.
yes, Mauga is not allowed during the duration of this tournament at
Ooh.
least. So if that did happen, we would need a reset.
Oh man.
So yeah. And as we're getting in this map, still a few seconds left before the teams pick. Redemption did choose to attack first on King's Row, which is a little bit
Oh.
interesting of a strategy. Most of the time, you see teams want to defend rather than attack, so they might have something for this map. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's looking like. I mean, obviously they could change this, but there is the potential that they still try to run the dive-like style, and potentially just attempt to just run something that's very, just a very fast comp that can catch the supports, or perhaps even like one of the supports out of line. So, I'm really curious how they're gonna go about this. Quite honestly, because it could work, but if it doesn't work the first time or two, I would think they would consider swapping it.
You would think, but they do have the pieces to swap. Actually, no, never mind. They don't have the pieces to swap. I saw something real quick. I thought they had a Sojourn, so that's what I thought. But anyways, with the mantra brawl style, which is a little bit interesting setting up top. You think you would just keep Dark Zephyr in the BAP up there, but looks like they're giving up the point a little bit for free.
Yeah, and they're actually gonna force Flex to drop. That's exactly what they wanted. So now, not gonna have that Mantra to stop a lot of that damage, but still, Jack is going to go down first and foremost. So that is gonna kind of put that on the hush hush. And I love this right now. Dark Zapper and Sir Tom are not getting too far away from each other in terms of sight lines, because they're basically each other's support lines. The nade goes through. Lady Hop ends up getting hit by it, and Flex is actually the one mainly in danger, but the Immortality Field going to keep them alive for the time being, as once again, Jack gonna try to get the flip, but no, Flex once again literally giving up the high ground just to make sure they don't give up a single tick. That's a bit risky, as they are just gonna like commit on a collapse now, and that's where it comes through. Sir Tom gonna be the first one dog, and with Zarzepper down the drain, this fight should be coming to an end here as they just collapse on the last couple of members.
Yeah, it was a really
Uh,
nice dive from the team. You know, Jehovah once again just not pressured really, and Sirius just kind of walked in there with little to no pressure once Flex was gone. Granted, all four members of Omega Redemption were kind of together, so it kind of made an easy dive for him. But you know, as a dive team, you'll take it when it comes easy to you.
Yeah, and that's actually gonna be big right there. Party time gonna be taken out by SR, who also is gonna get rid of Jack Solo. And now this is actually very crucial because now they're gonna be able to push up a bit, and they're gonna be able to play this choke very aggressively. And with this brawl type style, like this is a very hard choke to get through sometimes. And I imagine we're gonna have to see a pretty big commitment from the Wombats to be able to push fully through this choke.
Flex looked at one a spawn hold there, but just kind of was just forced to gritty out of there and just
Pulse.
help his team.
Yeah, they're actually going to open it up really easily, as a matter of fact. They really shouldn't have been able to, as the beat's going to come online, Linda hopping, making sure everybody stays online. But there's still a lot of investment. They still have the Nano Blade on the side of the Wombats. They're kind of just debating right now if this is worth going for. And actually, Sirius is actually going to get it instead. So Tom going to be the first one down. That freeze not really going to catch anybody at the end of the day. So once again, still with the lead, but Flex able to get rid of party time to start bringing it back. And now here comes that investment from both teams. Actually, Flex going to bring theirs in as well. Justin wanted to make sure to get rid of Jehovah. And now you still Christ, who is just taking down person after person and is going to make it out alive. So Wombats should be able to do a very quick regroup here.
Yeah, Omega Redemption just kind of was able to hold on for a little bit using those ultimates, but it just might delay the inevitable for them. Granted, both sides used a lot, but I think Redemption used a little bit more during this defensive period.
Yeah, and that's actually a little unfortunate because realistically, SR should have died, but now in this situation, they're actually going to have to just give a tiny bit of space up, more than likely with their tank being down. As you're going to see on the point, party time eventually going to be taken out as well. So we're seeing them headed away. Honestly, if they just push up here, they could get an elimination, but it's looking like they're just going to try to hold this corner instead.
Yeah, and Cryrus just get in there and just being like, okay, if they do push up, my Ana is going to stay safe. In terms of ultimates, though, it does seem to favor more on the side of the Wombats, and then Pulse Bomb did come out to get Lindy.
Yeah, and now this is tough because now you lose that ability to potentially build up that beat. So you're really just looking for potentially just Dark Zephyr, or maybe we do see the hard engage. SR might throw down their freeze instead. But for the time being, it's really smart from Kyrus, who is just going to dive to this high ground and poke away here and there, just really trying to corral them around. And Sir Tom actually is going to get rid of Kyrus, and Flex is going to be able to stay alive as well. So now we're down to this 4v4, and here comes the commitment from both sides. The beat. We see that blade, but unfortunately for Atlas, literally in the worst case scenario, as again, Lindy Hop going to bring up that beat in a slightly later scenario, but you know, you want to make sure you secure that fight win. So now 2 minutes down, well, 2 minutes left, and you know, they're still going to have that overclock online, but I don't know, that nano is the scariest thing possible if you're the Wombats.
Yeah, it was a nice window just to set up the push from the Wombats on the side of Omega Redemption, but they just might have invested a little bit too much after the window. Granted, the Blizzard was enough by the looks of it to take care of both the Blizzard and the blade that came in.
Yeah. Price is in the back. They're literally just gonna commit to running this, out their ultimates. Jackson's gonna get rid of Flex to start out, and that is a massive nade that's gonna get rid of 3. And with them, we're seeing kind of a bit of an investment as well from the Wombats, but in the end is going to pay out. They're gonna be able to cap this and have roughly like 245 in the bank. How's my math looking?
This looks pretty good.
Mwah. Beautiful.
Yeah. It's really nice from Cryus just jumping in there, blocking off all the healing going to Flex. The team in that situation, in my opinion, should just run through, just commit on something. Like, once that happens, it's either Flex needs to run back or the rest of his team needs to join him. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, Sir Tom has actually been the one getting like the most pressure overall, despite being so far on the back line. Like, we see this right now because Price is literally just like looking at them, and like Flex can't do anything about it until they drop down. But even in this scenario, they seem split up, and with that right there, Flex is going to get rid of Atlas. Lindy gets super low, and eventually is going to take down Jehovah with them. Actually, it's a nice trade. The party time managed to find their own pick, but that will eventually be the cleanup for Omega Redemption. So having to invest, annihilation for that, but still it's kind of worth it. They're swapping up big time.
Yeah,
That's a
it is the Sig poke style. Actually,
oh
no, they go more
what?
Sig Brawl now, so it is a little bit wonky with the Life Weaver, but usually you would like to see a Lucio just to get people in and out, but it's good swaps all around just to poke out the Ramatra style comp.
Yeah, the freeze is going to come online. That freeze is going to get down to Christ, who's eventually going to get pulled out, so the freeze no longer going to apply. Atlas was trying to shoot around and find somebody, not going to find anybody, though, as Jack Solo manages to trade out. So now, no longer going to have the window, no longer going to have that main source of heal, so the rest of Omega really should just back out here, set up to get Sertom back into the fight, because you don't want to lose Flex, and that is exactly what's going to happen. So now, they're in a really tough situation if they get pressed here.
Yeah, they're just now controlling all the angles, like all the waves of pressure are now going to the side of the Wombats. It's gonna be slightly investment style for Omega Redemption to come in, but the Doom is here now just for the touch.
Yeah, and Sertom did manage to get that window up before they ended up going down, and it is going to end up paying off big time, as we're going to see that pressure now from Flex over on that Doomfist, which I honestly prefer at this point with all these swaps instead of the Ramatra. I think they're going to be able to help out Sertom a little bit more, so I'm excited to see how this last fight goes down.
Yeah, it is also is favoring the Wombats though, so we'll just have to wait and see on how Redemption deals with the pressure of this. And Flex almost goes off the map.
Literally, and Jack Solo is just waiting for the opportunity to come in. They're going to punch through, not going to get them off though. Jack Solo is going to be lowest up top, going to come down, going to get one, going to unintentionally get a second. Lydiop somehow goes off the map. SR is going to find a freeze in the background. Is not going to be able to survive long enough though, so we are on the overtime, and it's looking like they're going to be able to grab this point without any time on the clock. Unfortunate they weren't able to get the freeze out just a couple of seconds sooner, but it really was that Death Blossom that basically sealed the deal.
Yeah, SR unfortunately didn't realize that I think it was Jack Solo was in Wraith form and didn't see it, didn't realize it, and Jack Solo came and just decided to take care of the Mei once most of the team was frozen, so that was really nice on the side of the Wombats. But overall, pretty good pretty good start from the Wombats. They knew how to run the dive around like this brawl style, so that was good. On the side of Omega Redemption though, they are actually getting a pretty good cooldown rotate when that needs to happen. Something I would like to see though is them just pressuring out the back line of the Wombats a little bit more, because right now the back line is just free. They're just like, hey, we're here. No pressure on me. I'm just chilling. So,
Oh,
yeah.
Gambito, I remember the glorious time of 2019. We'd be on this
Yes.
map, we'd be playing Zaryas with our Ryan sitting in front of us, and now we're here with one tank, and it's a Winston and a Diva. The times have changed. I,
You
I don't
know,
know what to say.
you might have ran Ryan Zarya.
Oh,
I prefer the Ryan Diva style.
oh, I loved it too, but my coach sure as heck didn't.
Fair enough.
You didn't like my
Different
Diva?
coaches. Sometimes you're just not made for those characters.
Oh, but
Whatever.
yeah. It's just a complete swap change up now, which I actually really prefer, but not really preferable when you lose Dark Zephyr that quickly. Letty Hop is just get pressured out by Atlas, who's trying to find them, but is managing to stay alive. So again, as long as I can stay alive, Dark Zephyr is gonna get back very quickly, but unfortunately, Flex gonna be knocked out very quickly and gonna be reset. So you just have to back out if you're Omega. You don't want to get caught out in this situation right now.
Yeah, it is a Diva Pharah comp versus a Winston Echo comp. I would give a little bit of an edge in terms of compositions over to the Wombats, just because Echo is able to just to melt through both the Pharmacy and Diva once they have the beam up online. So it is a little bit more favoring of the Wombats, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens later on.
Yep, we're gonna dive commit right now. So Tom gonna get super low. Gonna have to use the cleanse on themselves. Gonna be able to stay alive. Really just hang out with the pharmacy for the time being, which not a bad thing. It's helping to secure the survival. But the thing is, this can go on forever. You can stay alive, but you do have to eventually find a pick. And realistically, you want it to either be Jack or you want it to be Jehovah. Either get rid of the main source of the damage or get rid of the main source of the heals. But unfortunately, Flex once again going to lose their mech and likely going to lose their lives as well. As much as I do love this diva, and I think it can work in a lot of situations, I think it's almost better at this point to head over and match the Winston at this point, so you can still set up dives with SR and even Sir Tom, because right now, the diva's just getting knocked out of mech mid-fight, like, kind of early, too.
Yeah, it looks like SR does want to set up for like challenging Jehovah off the high ground, which they successfully did, but it just looks like some disconnect between the tank and the
Ooh.
DPS.
Yep, but that is a good first pick onto Atlas, so not going to have that Pulse Arm ready to go, but they are going to invest here with that Nano onto Cry's, who's looking for Lindy Hop, eventually going to get them. Dark Zephyr no longer has the help, so it's going to go down as well. Flex likely going to have to use their bomb after the fact, as that bomb not going to catch anybody on the copy, as, again, they just back out, and Cry's actually going to invest in there. Really wants to try to find Sir Tom, and eventually is going to be able to. Flex is in a weird situation, but again, going to be able to live and just I don't get it at this point. It's just so hard for them to break through this. And again, I think it comes down to just setting up an actual dive with SR.
Yeah, it does look like that. It's Vlexo is spending all their time on trying to get rid of Jack solo. They are getting him low, but they can't finish Jack, which is an unfortunate situation here.
Yep. And yep, gonna have to use the mech. Looking to see everybody avoid that, but Jehovah actually ends up get cutting out. I don't know how that happens, but that should be the catalyst for this fight going their way. We're gonna see Dark Zephyr go for it anyway, because why not? So they're gonna get the clear. They're going to finally get that first cap. And now they use a lot for it, but honestly, at that point, they almost kind of had to with the way that map was going.
Yeah. And you might also see a touch though from Party Time, and they also have a beat in case they do, but Party Time advises against touching himself. So
Yeah, so now we're to see, I would say a similar situation with the choke, except this time they're kind of just playing up on the high ground and make sure, like, make sure there's no rotation, nobody trying to go up and around. And eventually, I imagine they're going to drop down and look for somebody. But
yeah,
for the time being, they're just hanging out. They're all just hanging out on top. They're just doing their thing up there. But the copy, Jack Solo going to go copy that Farah, interestingly enough. Going to just try to hit from the side, try to find somebody. But this is, despite all the damage coming out, this is kind of just a bit of a stalemate for the time being.
yeah, it's gonna be a stalemate until
Oof.
one of the sports go down, or if the Winston goes down.
Ooh.
So yeah, Redemption just cracks it open by getting the Winston. Only I think one ult invested, might be a couple more.
Yep. Get some bodies
take
on
that,
that
though.
card. There we go. I like it. I like it quite a bit. We see, we see the investment of that copy, but still, we are still going to see basically 4 ultimates online for the Wombats. And realistically, if they can get up to the Nano, they might only just want to commit the Nano onto the Monkey, and then maybe the Pulse Bomb, but I don't know. I think it's a bit of a toss-up at this point, from what we've seen of the ult usage thus far.
Yeah, it's also going to really depend on how desperate both of these teams are feeling in their
Oof.
situation. But two do go down on the side of Omega Redemption.
And Sir Tom does manage to find Jack right now, but Sir Tom really just does not have any more survivability. Is hanging up top, but eventually is going to be found out. Sir Tom just getting chipped away at little by little, eventually going to be able to get out again as the bomb's going to come up. Not going to catch anybody, but Cry's still going to go down. So again, the advantage is heading back over to the way of Omega Redemption. And now they're just looking for the next target to be able to come in on Atlas. And they're going to make sure to get out of there as they need to reset for this next fight, because right now, that momentum is slowly starting to swing the way of Omega.
Yeah, by the looks of it, Cry is kind of just going in a little bit too deep at times, not able to get help, and it's just favoring Omega Redemption quite a bit when that happens.
Yeah, and again, they just collapse in on Sir Tom, making use every single resource, and we're seeing the investment from both sides. It's a trade out, but unfortunately that trade out is not going to be on the side of Omega Redemption. Just going to have to set the reset button one more time, as with 35 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be Final Fight territory.
Yeah, but the benefit of that though is that Tom is now close to the Kitsune Rush, really can help out his team that way, and there is a swap to a Doomfist, which You probably could have stayed Diva here and been just fine because of the booster cooldown, but it just seems like Omega Redemption just wants to secure a touch at least.
Yep, they should be able to. And plus, if they want to be able to commit onto a dive, it's a little bit easier to do on the Doomfist as well. But yeah, just want to be able to secure that touch. And with 5 seconds remaining, it's looking like Flex is going to get that touch to trigger the overtime. Flex going to take a bit of damage, but Block going to be able to keep them away for the time being. And here comes Dark Zephyr, eventually going to be taken out. Jack Solo on the case once more. The res comes through, going to be able to get up Dark Zephyr, but at the expense of their own life. And right now, they cannot just come together on a target right now. Sir Tom does manage to get rid of Party Time, but honestly, they're almost the least threatening person. But Flex does manage to get rid of Cryus, and now we have the back and forth still remaining here. Flex and SR trying to make the magic happen, and once again, it is just SR on this point, trying to survive for as long as they can. Honestly, doing a really good job of it as well, but eventually going to be taken out. Eventually, Lenny Hop going to make it back, but nobody is going to be able to come in return, so that's going to be 2-0 now in form of the Wombats, and all that momentum started to go the way of Omega Redemption, like, after that first point cap, it's just, again, a scenario where they could just never fully collapse on one person without having to use ultimates.
Yeah, it's just a little bit disappointing too because you saw Cryus's overextension, and once that did happen, you saw how um Omega Redemption was just able to kind of go in on their own will pretty much after they dealt with Cryus and dealt with the overextension. That they just saw that and they were like, okay, now it's go time. But once they have like Cryus in their face and like Cryus is able to get the support, it's just kind of game over in a sense for Redemption. Like it just seems like they don't know what to do to deal with that. And plus, once again, I believe it's just I want to say that it's I lost my train of thought, but the Ana, whoever was playing the Ana, Jehovah, yeah, that's who it
Yeah,
is.
Jehovah.
Um, they just kind of sat there one as and just didn't really feel anything. They're just
Mhm.
like, okay, we just get to play point and click adventure
Yeah,
game.
yeah, like
But
and but
oh no, that was
oh,
my final mention on that.
oh, yeah. In the environment that we're in with Overwatch now, like Ana is usually pretty equivalent to a sitting duck, depending on the composition.
Oh yeah.
So when I see an Ana like that and it not being punished at all, that's just a really unfortunate thing because like it's not like you have to have like the high tech either. If you have like the Doom
Oh yeah.
and the Tracer, or even just the Winston Tracer, even Diva Tracer, in a lot of scenarios, you can still commit to some kind of collapse. I
Mhm.
think I don't know if it's a thing of just almost being scared to in a situation because of a lot of the damage that we have seen come out of Jack Solo and Atlas, because they have been doing a lot of work so far in this series.
Yeah.
Because like while we have kind of seen like the supports not really get touched and Cryas does get cut off from time to time, it has been these DPS that managed to do like a big chunk of the work and just being able to stay alive and make that impact.
Yeah, and you saw with the Vlex Diva pick as well, you just saw them just committing onto the Echo at all times, just like trying to deny any sticky or any of the follow up from the sticky once that happened. But you only have 3 seconds of DM and only a 600 health bar mech, so it's like you can sacrifice both your DM and your mech, but if you're not like eliminating anyone, it's not really worth the value of your mech at that point.
Yeah, at that point. Like, and I understand the value of running the Diva into the Winston because, at least compositionally and like with everything we know, Diva does have a bit of an advantage in that scenario. But I
Mhm.
think in a situation like this, you're going to have more luck just trying to mirror back that Winston and focusing on your own dive rather than simply focusing on. I don't know if it's necessarily just a pick to counter the Winston itself because sometimes it's just preference, sometimes it is to counter, but I think it's better in this scenario, and I think in a lot of scenarios, to focus more so on what you want to run versus what the enemy team is going to run.
Yeah. And as we do get the next pick in for maps, at least Havana is the next pick. So in terms of
Mhm.
compositions, we should see a little bit of a switch up more to a poke style. But the Wombats did go to a brawl map. They chose not to run brawl until the third point. So we might see something special out of the Wombats for this map.
Yeah.
Omega though does seem to favor more map dependent comps,
Mhm.
so they might go with something a little bit more standard. But I'm interested to see what the Wombats are gonna run here.
Yeah, and honestly, like if I'm the Wombat to this point, you have to wonder like where the level of confidence is at because
Yeah,
when you're up 2-0, like obviously like you have momentum on your side, you're feeling good, but you also don't want to feel too good. You don't want to let that, you know, that confidence become ego and start doing things that you are either not capable of doing or have no reason to do, which, as an example would be potentially a close hold because, we see the close hold from time to two, but we've clearly seen that Omega Redemption isn't afraid to come out on the flyers either. So if you come out on something to hold close and they just simply come out on the flyers, well, that's realistically, at least statistically, should be a pretty quick fight and a pretty quick clear out. So I,
yeah,
I think as long as the Wombats can just like keep themselves in check, just keep doing what they're doing, things should go fine. Because right now, from everything we've seen, this is right now Wombats' game to lose.
yeah. And from the last time I talked to the Wombats, I believe talked to their captain Jack, and Jack was just very confident in what their team could do and everything. So I think right now Wombats are kind of on like a okay, we can finish this out. We just have a couple more maps to go. I don't think they're really afraid of like the mess ups that may happen during the match. Like, yeah, like you always get like a couple times where you're just like, okay, yeah, I screwed up my B, but that doesn't really seem to be the case with this Wombats team. They all seem to be pretty confident in what they can do.
Yeah, and as they should be at this point. So we're just waiting for those last couple of hours to get us in there. But yeah, I'm really curious what the Wombats are going to come out on because once again they elect to go on that attack, which as we know usually isn't the pick that a team usually goes for if they have that they have the opportunity to go on attack or defense. Usually they will have more of a confidence to defend first and kind of set their own ground for how far they need to go on their attack. But the Wombats at this point just are confident enough that they believe they can just finish the map the first time around.
Yeah.
Hmm. I just do wonder at this point because, like, the one thing that does sit in my head is what Omega Redemption is just going to do in return. Because I would like to see like the Sigma Poke style come out, mainly because it's just really good
Mhm.
for this map, especially on first and third point. But if Wombats still elect to run the Echo style they've been running, I wonder how well that's going to work out. As we do have another swap actually. Ooh, Ultra is in for Lindy, which without
Double
knowing
flex support.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like without even knowing what Ultra does, I imagine it's just gonna be double flex support. Maybe you set up some teams like to run like the BAP Zen and poke like scenarios or something like the BAP and the Iliari. Kind of just depends on a team's preference, but I imagine we're not gonna see the Lucio for this map at all.
Yeah, most of the time though, you'll mainly see Babsens nowadays. Ilari kind of was hit with the recent changes in the game, so Ilari not exactly the strongest pick in the world anymore. So most of the time
Yeah.
you'll see Zen pick up that spot, but some teams still kind of force it and are kind of like, okay, we're confident with this Ilari pick, so we'll just see what happens. But yeah, and we're now just waiting for teams to put us in here. Seems like both
I
sides are good to go.
fantastic. Now, Havana, I not the biggest fan of this map, mainly because it is mainly a poke style map. But again, again it just loops back around to the situation of what I think Omega is going to run, and that's where just the curiosity comes at it. Because again, I would love to see the Sigma, but for some reason, I almost feel like we might not see it because while this team has clearly been in a situation where they're clearly able to go on to different compositions, nothing has truly worked so far against the Wombats, which
Yeah.
is probably a terrifying thing when it's obviously, been working to a pretty sustainable degree throughout the season to get to this point. But thankfully, they are looking like they are going to run that Sigma style. But we're going to see not much of a change up for the Wombats. If it's not broke, don't fix it. So, yeah, really no differences to really call out on this one.
Yeah, it's just gonna now see where the wombats want to take their fights and where they want to set up like their dives for the most part, while on the side of Omega Redemption, it's going to be where does Flex set up, and if once Flex realizes it's a dive, like where does Flex play? For that's the question that Flex is at least going to have to answer once both these teams roll out.
You want to see them come out on that dive cell again. Jack Solo really just going to get in a position where they can find somebody who's going to be in a weird position, but this is a little bit smart because they literally are all staying in one position, so Jack Solo's not going to really be able to get one person into a bad position unless they go out of their way to split up, because for the time being, they literally cannot do anything unless they just want to jump into a large group of 5, which I wouldn't personally recommend if you can't take all 5 with you as well.
Yeah, right now Jack as well, just kind of getting all the information for the team, and that seems to be the go once Atlas falls.
Yep. This is the commitment of the dive. Obviously, you don't have that extra person to be able to help out with the dive, so for the time being, you know, again, as long as they don't split up on this high ground, as long as they don't drop down for the sake of trying to find a final blow, they can hold this for a pretty long time, because it's going to be very hard for, honestly, either team with the way things are set up to start getting to their ultimates.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for both teams to really get their ultimates, but also what's going to come into question is how Omega Redemption wants to defend this card once it gets moving past this corner and everything, because as you see, Flex can't really contest it, and it's just kind of free push for the Tracer.
Yeah, it was really only like in a situation where it had to be either Ultra Rex or potentially Dark Zephyr in that scenario, but we're see that dive come through, and there it happens right there. They split apart, Flex had dropped all the way on the cart, they took advantage, and they dove the other 4 who no longer had the shield to be able to protect them, and just like that, that is all it takes right there, and they're going to get this first cap without any more issue.
Yeah. Now it's just going to be interesting to see if Omega Redemption does want to make swaps, and it does look to be more of a diva style now, mainly just to buffer the dive when it does come in. Plus, you have Sir Tom just to discord the Winston and just blow the Winston up whenever that does happen.
Yeah, but how long until, again, we're in a scenario where Sir Tom is, out of these 5, going to likely be the most vulnerable target, even with that Discord, and even with Ultra X likely being next to them. They're still likely going to go down first, and just like that, they're split up once again. SR managed to get rid of Prius, so they even things out. SR has to try to be able to stay alive, is getting a nice bit of healing as Flex has come to save the day. So in this 4v4, Ultra X is going to find one. They should be able to put some pressure on this cart, and they want to be able to at least try to stop the progression for at least a little bit.
I don't know if it was like a bait strategy there, like keep SR and Tom on like one side while all the other team happens to go to another side. I'm not sure if that was the case there, but if it was a bait, it was a mildly effective bait.
Yep.
But there's a big fight happening here.
Yeah, there's a big fight happening. The Pulse Bomb found nobody, but we're seeing it on both sides. As a matter of fact, SR ended up going for that Deadeye, but ends up getting hacked out of it. Is still alive temporarily, though. Flex would get knocked out of the max. Sir Tom has a tough choice to make. They're holding onto it for the time being. But right now, they don't have Ultra Rex quite back yet to be able to heal them up. But with that kill on the Atlas, they should be able to set up a full reset here.
And also does look to be like Tom and the rest of Omega Redemption is settling in terms of ultimate usage. It doesn't seem like they're as jumpy to use ults now as they were in the previous couple maps.
Oh, yeah, 100%. So now, Sir Tom has a heck of a responsibility here. You know, have this ready to go. Dark Zephyr is just going to get ran on. Not going to get any support in time, which is unfortunate, but this is what's going to happen in this situation. Ultra Rex going to be thrown into a corner. Sir Tom still has that ready to go. A lot of people low. Eventually going to use it. Everyone's going to group together as well. So now, the 4 of them going to be able to regroup for this next fight. We do see Atlas on the side looking to set up that pulse bomb, but gets hit right in the head by SR. And SR is going to get a second on top of that. Jehovah trying to get out. Cyrus in the same situation. Both looking to claim their lives and hang on. Jehovah gets literally down to 1 health, but it's looking like they're all going to be able to survive. And right now, Flex, you just got to hit that reset button and get back.
And you take that if you're on the side of Omega Redemption, it's 1 or 2 ults just for your Transcendence. Granted, it's now a little bit more in favor of the Wombats, but you take that.
Yep, and now here comes online. Dark Zephyr going to bring it out, but we do see the beat come in returns. The Pulse Bomb comes online as well. We're seeing a big commitment here. Jehovah going to find one. We'll see that back and forth. The support's actually picking up these final blows, so now it's just a 3v3 Flex and to try to survive. SR looking for that Deadeye, going to find one directly after. Just one left on the point, and Atlas, who once again just trying to make some magic happen in the 1v2, and that nade manages to come around the card and find Atlas. SR is doing a lot of work so far on this Cassidy.
Yeah, the joys of Magnate as well. As a tracer trying to escape, you can run, but you can never hide. But
Uh-oh.
on
They
the side of
better
the
watch.
Wombats, though, yeah, there's a chance of a back cap. Plus Jack Solo's EMP coming in, so and maybe a Kitsune as well.
Yep,
So
the hack onto Zephyr again, but this time Jack Solo actually going to be caught out. It is not going to have a chance to even pull out that EMP. Once again, thanks to the magnetic nade. So now back to a 5v4 situation. If you are the Wombats, you really do just kind of hide out and wait for Jack Solo to get back with this EMP.
yeah, it's now just basically one fight territory with a win condition on either side pretty much. Tom needs to stay alive and get that transcendence, while Jack needs to find Tom and hit him in that
They miss
transcendence.
him. They miss Dark Zephyr, who's gonna get help right now. Because Ultra Race is in there with them. They're gonna get rid of both of them at the end of the day. And now we're back to a 5v3. They're gonna be cleared up one at a time again. They need to collapse on these last couple of members. Getting rid of Jehovah here would be absolutely huge right now. But I don't know if they're going to get anyone. Atlas looking to back up, but Jehovah does go down.
Recall is also forced there. It's looking
Ooh.
very nice for Omega Redemption. It looks like they have the ult here.
They do.
The Wombats do have a couple of their own, but they're not as impactful as Omega Redemption's in my opinion.
Yeah, but the biggest thing is they are going to have all 5 back for this fight. The bomb's going to come online to try to secure nobody getting the touch, but we are going to see Jack Solo with that touch. The EMP goes online. Going to get rid of both. It does get both of the DPS. Dark Zephyr eventually going to go down. As we see a big tie commitment. SR going to get rid of Jack Solo to start things out here. Back to a 44. There's still a lot of investment to be had here. Sir Tom literally taking the fight with Atlas on their own. But unfortunately, it's going to be that little bit, one after another. The big investment going to pay off for Wombats. And it's just Flex trying to stall into the point for as long as they can, but eventually taken out. Wombats have to take a lot of time and invest all of their remaining ultimates, but they are going to take this one away. Take that second point.
Yeah, it looked like an alright fight for Omega Redemption, but they just couldn't clean up the picks when they needed it. And there is a couple comp swaps, not really comp swaps, just tank swaps here, and it looks like a Doom v Sigma now. And I'm not sure if you want to be running this Doom into the Sombra, is you had foresight that they still do have the Sombra, so it's going to be interesting to see how Vlex plays into this.
Like, Flex knew to a degree of Flex going to get hacked, going to be able to get out fairly quickly, be able to stay alive as well. But yeah, it's going to be really tough as Atlas is also over on that Hanzo. Really just to be able to contest not only the supports, but to be able to contest Zephyr, who's currently just, you know, sitting on that top left high ground. Really just want to try to poke away as best as they can, because with this time starting to fade away little by little, SR going to be found first. Flex trying to find somebody, but right now just in a really awkward position and just really needs to back out and let this fight come out to the open.
Yeah, Vlex really doesn't want to give up any space. They just
It
looks like they want to drain the clock, but yeah, just kind of have to in that situation.
It's
The party time's still hanging on to that beat, so I'll have that for the end of it.
Yeah, and realistically, they might not get anything. Zephyr's getting close, Sir Tom's getting close, Ultra Rex is getting close, and they're going to get rid of Jack Solo. And remember, they're going to have a much closer of a spawn for Omega, as here we have that Nano comes online. Ultra Rex getting super low, not going to quite get rocked, though, as SR is going to manage to find Jehovah. And right now, just looking for that pulse, and it catches on the Atlas, and the beat is not out on time. Held it forever, but wasn't able to make any big use out of it. And now, we're down to these last couple of members trying to touch, but eventually the clinic comes through. They come out in the open space, they make it work, and this time Omega Redemption is able to hang on and potentially set themselves up to be able to take away a map, but the job is not done yet.
Yeah, it's also going to be hard though for Omega Redemption because the Wombats did get it underneath that archway, and that archway is like always the arch nemesis for any teams that really just want to push that card and win. It's like if you make it underneath, you're pretty much almost guaranteed. It's never always, but it's almost. But it was also just really nice from Omega Redemption though throughout that map until that final point to where it did look like they got nervous and they just kind of wanted to play for the ending on that bridge, which might have been a misstep for them, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Wombats are coming into the close hold the first time around, which I kind of like the idea now that we've seen what we saw originally from Omega Redemption. So the question at this point is they can take this down, but the question is how fast are they going to realize it? And on top of that, how fast are they going to make a swap to be able to force them out of here? Because you could just go over two that far because your worst enemy is realistically going to be Atlas. But honestly, like the sooner you clear them out of this initial choke, the better it's going to be and the more time you're actually going to have.
Yeah, you should be able to hear that right now and be able to make your swaps if you want to. Looks like
They know.
does seem like they do know, but they're still just gonna challenge it straight up.
It is a decision, but if it works out, it's gonna be a lot of momentum for them. So for the time being, they really should be split up a little bit. You don't want all five in the same area, especially when Jack Solo is sitting on that maze. So I would really prefer that someone like Ultra Rex and SR went over to the side, or even just Dark Zephyr, as Ultra Rex is gonna be called out. And right now, you guys really need to hit the consideration button of going over to that far, just sending them around. Even if you just put Sir Tom on Mercy for just a little bit, I think that's a perfectly fine answer, because right now, you might just end up hitting your head on the door, and I don't think that door is going to break down anytime soon.
Yeah, it's also just Atlas is gonna be just putting in all the damage that they want. But it does seem to be like they are finally splitting up their comp a little bit to at least give some alternate pressure.
Yeah, Mortality Field going to come online, going to be able to keep them alive temporarily, but again, just not able to find anything. And I really think after a lot of those specs that just came through, I imagine we see something to be able to contest this.
Yeah. You would hope that they would, but it's also just the case of have they been coached as well on this? Because sometimes if you're not coached on it, you don't really think about it. And SR though does go to more of a tank buster in order to just try to deal with Cryus.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hang out in that room. Going to be able to force out Mortality, which is a good first step, but you still need to find an elimination on this right now, because they have a lot. The Shatter goes through, actually gets blocked, and now Cryus is going to be taken down. That freeze is going to find everybody except for Sir Tom, and Jehovah going to be able to help with that cleanup. And it finally looked like they were going to break through, but still 3 members remaining. They hopefully want to get some kind of push in before these last 2 get back.
Yeah, the Wombats are the remaining members of the Wombats, I should say, are just considering staying here, which is a little bit interesting because at that point you just stagger yourself a bit, but Cryus does get back and does find Ultra Rex for a pick.
Yeah, they have the full investor just to be able to clear them out. Flex is going to end up getting 3 overall. Jack Solo is going to come back for that stall. And, you know, you do break through this, but that is 2.5 minutes off the clock.
Yeah.
That is a staggering amount of time to lose on a close hold.
Yeah, it's the benefit of close holding and basically having a mark to where it's going to be really hard to get to. It's just like, it was a catch-22. Like, if they got broken through pretty fast, it's like full comp swap needs to come out for on the side of the Wombats. But now since they got good chunk of time off, it's not really a necessity anymore.
Yep. And here we go. Atlas is going to hopefully find somebody with the Motor Strike as Cyrus is going to come in. Sir Tom, just not in a good position, unfortunately. So for the time being, going to try and invest to find somebody. Atlas gets super low. SR going to send it in, looking to find somebody. Manages to find one. Gets Cyrus a little lower, but still need a lot more damage to be able to take them down. Not going to have their Baptisto, so if they can eventually, solve this merry-go-round situation and take them out, they should be able to take this fight away. But again, these fights are lasting way longer than they realistically should. Jack Solo's taken out. They're going to be able to cart moving once more, but they're still going to get one more fight here. They're going to have the freeze, potentially the shadow, the window, the beat. It's not looking good right now.
Yeah, it's basically final fight territory on the side of Omega Redemption, and yeah, it's just an alt disadvantage as well. You kind of have to build quickly up to Flex's Flux and basically pray that you get a really good one. Then they wall off SR for that.
Whoa! Yeah, but that's big, though, because they're only going to catch Sir Tom, and actually, Sir Tom gets ignored for a moment as well. Sir Tom is literally killable. They eventually turn around and make it happen. We're going to see 2 people end up getting caught. Party Time going to be taken out. Cryus is actually going to throw out the Shatter, looking to find people, but it's a back and forth, and it's a 3v2 now. It's just Jack Solo left, and they're eventually going to be able to cap this one away as soon as Atlas decides they don't want to touch this point anymore, which is going to happen right then and there. So, going to be able to get themselves some more time, and man, that was cutting it really close.
Yeah, it was. It was just kind of a little bit of a misplay as well by the Wombats, though, using the beat a little bit early when they
Yeah.
still had Flux coming close to being online. But it also might have just been in the case of this comp swap for a Ram brawl with two mobile DPS characters. So
Interesting. Yeah,
it's a little bit interesting of a comp. So and Vlex once again willingly swaps Doom into a Summer.
I don't know how to feel about this, but hey, it kind of worked a bit last time, so I'm not gonna get too mad at it. But for the time being, they really need to put a bunch of like either a lot of pressure on the support up top that's just keeping them alive, or just come all together as five and put pressure on Chris to be able to force them out. But getting rid of Jack Solo is a really good place to start out here. But again, you really want to try to find these supports. Jehovah is just literally hanging around right now, having a good old time right now. Literally hasn't even been touched quite yet, despite multiple people looking at them. And eventually, we're seeing a bit of a commitment as look at this. They're just sitting on the point, doing whatever they want, and they're now just getting a ton of pressure, but still, no confirmed that they're actually going to go down yet. But luckily, eventually, they're going to go down. A couple likely to follow as they're finally going to start getting some progression here.
Yeah, once again, it's like a minute chunked out by that
Yeah.
hold towards the doors. So it's kind of like you need to get this card moving a little bit quicker. Like they did it one time before, but like one time's kind of enough, and you kind of just want to get it through to at least have some time. But all still in favor of Omega Redemption though, due to constant swaps coming out from the side of the Wombats.
Yeah, we're seeing for the time being that pulse from Atlas not going to catch anybody. SR going to throw it back. Going to get on a Cry, so get rid of them. Now, Ultrax is going to invest this as well. Again, got to make sure you have people on that card. You need to get that thing moving. Force people to jump down and touch. You're going to have a much easier time taking them out because, again, we are back to final fight territory.
Mhm. Yeah, Jehovah, those coming up on this Kitsune should be a Kitsune fight from both sides at least.
Yeah, big investments. Tom makes it out, but is not going to be able to survive. Flex has their ultimate to be able to make it back, but they have to get this point touch once again. Ultrarex got it for a moment, and now it is back to Flex, who's just got to go up in the air and try to find another touch. They're going to go up in the air, got to let it stall out a little bit, going to go down, not find anybody. Unfortunately, it's just going to be too much. The stall from the Wombats just ended up being too much, not only on point A, but also on point B. So now we're down to the stall. SR not going to be able to commit to that 1v5, and the Wombats are going to make it a 3-0 series on the back of those amazing stalls. That is just that is brutal. That is roughly about 3.5 minutes they spent just stalling the point in total.
Yeah, it really just favored the Wombats after that 2-minute hold at the spawn doors on first point at least, and all the ults were needed to be used in order to break this. They just couldn't find a way around it unless they used all their ults, which was unfortunate. But I think after this we do go to a push map, so push is kind of like the final stand for Omega Redemption. Their backs are to the walls right now, and they might have something else in their playbook in order to try to switch it up, but it seems like the Wombats right now are just cruising to a victory, and it does seem like they are just really aren't having to face like any issues for the most part.
No, it's a thing like for the most part, like their supports aren't getting any real pressure. We have seen Jack Solo start to get shut down here and there more and more by SR, but unfortunately, a lot of the time, either and this isn't to call names out, this is just how it is, but like either Sir Tom or Zephyr end up getting caught out a lot of the time. But
Yeah.
it doesn't help to be a Zenyatta in that form of composition because Zenyatta is one of the easiest supports to go after in that 1v1 situation, especially when you have a setup like Wombats did, not only on their stall formation, but also earlier on their dive. And right now, I think for Omega Redemption, I
Mhm.
think you're in a position where you do just have to try something else. I think you have expended what you have shown thus far, and it has proven that in this current scenario and what you've been currently been coached to do, it is just not working. So if you want to just bring out the pharmacy again and try something complex with that, maybe try to send something else besides the Doomfist because Honestly, I don't want to see Jack Solo on that Sombra again if I'm on Omega Redemption because it's just doing too much damage to Flex. And if Flex can't commit, that means SR is going to have a hard time committing. So I hope they have something that they're cooking real quick for this next map and potentially final map.
Yeah, and it does seem that both teams are going on a break, and there was a couple swaps that were called out, and it's Lindy going back in for Ultra Rex, so no more double flex board at least. And then the map that they chose for this push is Esperanza, so Esperanza is going to be the final stand for Omega Redemption. They kind of just need to win out from here and just like prove that they have what it takes to continue on.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm kind of at this point where I'm just not sure what really needs to happen for this team now. I think we've kind of expended what we believe they should do, and at this point in time, I'm not sure what remains for them to do. But obviously, we've
Yeah,
seen crazy things happen before, and crazy things, could happen again.
yeah. He at this point, Omega Redemption doesn't really have any weight on him. It's either do or die for him. So it's kind of just like at this point, if you want to slash need to, you can just do anything because it's do or die at this point. And with that, while we're waiting for both teams, we'll go to a short little break. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. That break was shorter than expected, but as we see both teams, one's coming out on a Winston Echo dive, while the other one's preferring the pharmacy dive.
Yeah, and I do think realistically this is actually kind of best case scenario for Omega Redemption. They have proven to make the pharmacy work a bit. Flex might end up getting more value over on that Winston, and obviously Sir Tom and SR together on that Kiriko. And we're gonna see that value come out right away as party time. Actually, gonna be that first one to drop. So once again, as long as they can come together on targets, go after them efficiently and together, that's the most important thing. Because we see right now SR gets left alone because Flex goes after the 1v1 chase and is not able to do anything about that. So now that fight is unfortunately going to fall apart. Jack Solo just finding pick after pick, and now Flex just gotta hit the reset button, try to get out with their lives, but right now it is looking difficult.
Yeah, it was a good start of the fight for the side of Omega Redemption. It just, unfortunately, they got a little bit too split at some point, and then Cyrus and the rest of the Wombats just took that opportunity to eliminate this Omega Redemption.
Unfortunately so. Now we're seeing them start getting more progress, and right now we're going to get dangerous. Most of them are going to be able to get this this cap already, because they have to win this next fight to be able to prevent that. So for the time being, just try to get up as much damage as they can, trying to deliver as much damage as they can. SR looking to go around on the Atlas, who's in super deep, not going to get anybody, and the cart is just being blatantly ignored. The last second touch comes through from Flex, but honestly, now they're split up in the situation. Flex is in a tough scenario. Is Lindy Hop going to be taken down? So Tom is super low. Darzepper doesn't have the support of their Mercy anymore. SR does have that pulse ready to go, so if they want to let it rip, they absolutely could, but at this point, you just have to take the big reset as Flex is going to go flying high into the sky, and with less than 2 minutes off the clock, they have already got the butt scratch.
Yeah, it was just the case as well, though, is that the first fight went kind of more flawless on the side of the Wombats, even though they did have a member go down. Jack Solo was just so close to that copy that they got it during that fight and just were able just to double dive the backline and force them to stay put while Flex was there challenging the point.
Yep. And now for the time being, we're going to see them kind of just bide their time on this dive. And for the time being, Cryas does have the ability to get out if possible. Party time getting super low, but it's not going to be taken out. As again, they need to come together on a dive, but they haven't been able to find anybody. Jack Solo goes in a little too deep on their own, eventually getting called out. And it finally looks like we're going to see a fight win come through here for Omega Redemption as soon as they can clear out these last couple members. Again, SR putting in a ton of work to be able to help with the cleanup, and now they're going to be able to get this thing going. And if Cryas is able to survive, they won't, but still, everybody should still get the close spawn.
Yeah, the bad part about this is that they already have first point and everything. The good part about it, though, is that there's still 6 minutes left in this match, so there's still plenty of time in order for Omega Redemption in order to get their footing back and start pushing the card on their own. But they now have to win like 2 to 3 consecutive fights just in order to get that first point.
Right side is there's still plenty of time, 6.5 minutes. That can drain kind of quickly, but still, there's a lot of fights that can go down within that set of time. And right now, Wombats just kind of waiting for their opportunity to make the proper dive. Make sure they see somebody in the correct position as they're going to make that initial dive over to Sir Tom. Try to force them in an uncomfortable position. As right now, Lindy Hop is having to fly around, able to get around very nicely, staying alive. That is the most important thing right now. Getting pressured quite a bit, but still managing to stay alive. Jehovah getting super low, gonna have to use the cleanse on themselves to be able to win. And now as they come in here, Atlas going to be the first one to go down. Exart Zephyr takes them out, and they're gonna send out the barrage, getting rid of another. Sir Tom gonna follow up with a pick of their own, and now it just comes to clean up for this squad. And honestly, if they can get this late pick onto Cryas, this would be outstanding, unless they decide to invest their all just to be able to stay alive, but they won't, which means, same thing right back, they're gonna get their own butt scratch unlocked.
Yeah, that was a minute off the clock as well, just for one fight to happen, and nobody really stopped the card. So it was just like continual card progress on the side of Omega Redemption, but alts are on the side of the Wombats this fight, so it should be a little bit more in favor of the Wombats. Plus, they should just be able to hold and see where Omega Redemption wants to hold.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this might be a fight where I never want to encourage, like, purposely losing a fight, but this is an opportunity to get a lot of ultimates out of the Wombats. As here they come in with that investment right now. Not using anything quite yet, and with Lindy Hop going down, they might not have to use anything else. The Pulse does come online as well. Flex ended up using theirs in return. SR still alive, but unfortunately only going to be able to get one. And now it's just Flex remaining on the point. Look us all for as long as they can. Make sure everybody is able to stay, make sure to get this close spawn, as Flex is just going to hike it out of there.
Yeah, it was both primals invested plus the pulse and the barrage. So even fight through and through, and both sides are going to both have the same amount of ults. Granted, on the side of the Wombats, they're going to have an additional one due to the copy, but we'll just have to see what happens with that copy.
Yep, Cryas gonna go in deep, is getting super low, and it's eventually just gonna get caught out on the dive. So now this is a fight win potentially for Omega Redemption, as long as they can come together on a target. Jack Solo ends up being the next target at hand. And now, this is a really good scenario. If they can keep this card moving, find one, maybe two more, they should be able to push this thing in and take the lead potentially as well. But the fight is not quite over. There's still 3 alive. Jehovah needs to be taken down, and they eventually will. Party time hiding away, gonna try to get out of there. For the time being, going to escape, and now that is going to likely right there be an advantage going over to the side of Omega Redemption, something I have not been able to say all day, and I am dang happy to say it now.
Yeah, you like to see this happen, but also though it was a little bit of a stagger from both Jehovah and Party Time. Granted, it wasn't the most egregious staggers that we've seen. But yeah, Pulse comes out, unfortunately doesn't find anything due to Cryas's big health bar.
Yeah, we're just see the cleanup come through once again. And again, we're gonna see that stall from Flex, but honestly, you guys need to die here quickly. Let them invest. Let them invest. Stall the cart. It doesn't matter. The fight's already over. You've already lost it. Just stall for as long as you possibly can. And Lindy Hop gonna be the last one standing. Gonna bring in a little bit of damage, so everyone's gonna get the reset. Everyone's going to get the close spawn. You're going to have the barrage. It's still a potential good fight win for you because they're just going to have the beat.
Yeah, and at this point now, if you're Omega Redemption, you can just kind of park the bus at some place and just fight where you want to fight. You're ahead, and all you need to do is drain the clock. So I'll be interested to see if they do that. But also as well, they're coming more online for Omega Redemption compared to the Wombats.
Yeah, Jack Solo was literally one health, but is getting healed up at the last second, just dropping back and forth, but eventually going to get that health that they need, and eventually going to get rid of SR. So this is a very dangerous scenario now for Omega, who need to come and target to go on, because once again, they're just majorly split up. We're seeing Darksaber managed to find one, looking for that second, but unfortunately, the bot's gonna come back in front of them, courtesy of their own tank, and is going to take them out. And now we literally just see Sir Tom in that back line, and they know Sir Tom is back there, but they're eventually going to get out. But still, with only a 13-meter difference, there's a good chance this cap just does go back over to the Wombats, if they can't get back in time.
Yeah, but if you're Tom though, you should be able to hold it for at least a little while.
That is a dangerous thing to go for, to try to force that. I understand you don't want to give up that lead, but now you've basically given up that fight entirely as well. And we're seeing that investment. Flex is going to go right back on it, though. I'm a little surprised with this. They're going to stall this out. They need to be able to get out of here alive with their double jumps. They're going to chase a little bit. Flex super low, but is going to be able to survive. But now they have to take all this time to reset for this next fight. They have managed to get more cap to them now, and that thing is just going to keep ticking up until they fully engage again.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate case. Like, Flex was getting close to coming back, and they did see an opening to challenge it. Just unfortunate that both Lindy and Sir Tom both went down.
Yeah, Flex, unfortunately, not going to be able to survive. Lindy Hop going to be able to escape for that time being, as once again, they just have to hit the reset button and get back and reset for one more fight, because you're not going to be able to take this without all 5 as Flex. Now going over to the ball.
Yeah, it's now 20 meters difference in counting for the most part, and with that alt reset, it's more now in favor of the Wombats.
Yeah, but you know, you get that pick onto party time, you stop a lot of the heals you get from that, so it's just down to Jehovah to get these heals out, have use a cleanse on themselves as well as Flex, just trying to go around and cause as much chaos as they possibly can. The Pulse not going to get anything from SR, as Dark Zephyr is going to be the first one to drop in this stalled out fight, because right now, the longer this fight goes on, the better it's going to be for the Wombats, regardless if they win or lose, and right now, they are winning it.
Yeah. It's a little bit of desperation, I think, from Tom with that ult right there. They might be able to get something else off with that, and SR gets party time in the meantime.
Yep, and there should be a fight win eventually coming up for them. Atlas has found 2, but remember, the spawn is literally right there for this team. We're see that res come through. Lindy up decides to go for res, I think for almost zero reason. Now you're going to give them more. Now it's literally down to Flex to go on this point, but unfortunately, they're on the course of already potentially dying, hoping the heals are going to get back. Flex literally 1 health. They're looking to find this touch, and they're looking to get the touch. They literally barely get it.
Yeah, it's now overtime. Everything matters right now. You must not get off.
Literally cannot. We're gonna see that come down on Kreese, who's gonna jump up and slap Dark Zephyr right in the face, and now it's down to Lindy Hop to stay alive, but they're being drained away one by one. We see the mines come online. This is that last situation to try to make it where Flex just has to try to survive on the point for as long as they possibly can. You eventually see SR still in there, being pressured out here and there. Flex health is getting so low as we see the Valkyrie gonna get invested, trying to make it back, but nobody gets there. The Wombats will be your Season 6 champions.
Yeah, and congrats to them. They seem to just understand and just counter play at every moment against Omega Redemption. And Omega Redemption just never had an answer to what the Wombats threw at them, and that was just a lovely pick from Jehovah right there.
Yeah, that is just incredible. And that pick right there, incredible. You know, we'll give the credit really quick. Omega Redemption, no matter how bad things got, they found a way to still try to fight their way back into it. I don't think we ever had a map where it was just a definitive shutdown. They were always able to hold on or try to make some push happen. They fought hard, but the Wombats just they were clearly just more comfortable with their compositions. They came together better on their dives, and unfortunately, those two differences alone can just cause a 4-0 like this, and sometimes there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
Yeah, and Hunter, if you didn't know, we do give out this award called the Golden Hammer.
Oh, I know it
It's
well.
okay. Since you
I-
do know it well, and since you are the guest for tonight on this cast, who would you say who on the Wombats deserves it the most for this victory?
I'm going to give it to somebody, but I'm also going to do something that the casters did for us last season when we took the camp. But at least for the side of the Wombats, I am going to give it over to Jack Solo. I think Jack Solo had the most impact overall on their team, whether it was over on the Echo, whether it was on the Sombra. They were putting in God's work and be able to shut down Flex, making sure that Dark Zephyr couldn't get in deep. So I would have to give the Golden Hammer to them. But what they did for us last season, it was a group Golden Hammer. Every single player got it. So in spirit, I do give the Golden Hammer award to everybody over on the side of Wombats.
Well, congrats to Jack Solo on the Golden Hammer.
It's exciting, you know. Obviously, it's a 4-0. You know, for some people, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but like at least like historically with grand finals, if not just the Overwatch League, but a lot of leagues, 4-0 is kind of a common outcome sometimes, quite honestly.
Yeah, sometimes it just becomes like a mental thing of like, okay, I'm a map behind now, and then you just start worrying about like the maps that you're behind, rather than the map that you are playing currently. So that might have had to play in here for Mega Redemption's defeat, but the Wombats have played really solid throughout this and is most deserving of it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, obviously, so like this was like realistically the best team going into this, and they 100% proved it here in the grand finals with 4-0. Now, like that's again, I come back to the fact that it's just extremely impressive. Not a lot of teams, you know, are able to come in and prove that with, you know, a 4-0 victory. Like it's incredible from this team, but you know, I'm sure they're spending their time celebrating, having a good time because, you know, who wouldn't be after taking a title home, you know?
Exactly. And then Frog wants to see if we can get an interview with the winning team, or whoever from the winning team wants to an interview. We can see.
That'd be very cool. We did the group interview last season. That'd be very cool. Obviously, Jack Solo was the we'll see here in a moment. But, see, what's what they do again? We don't think they're going to over team. I think they're just going to send in Jack.
I think the last time we did have him on, I think Atlas was a little camera shy, just for better words. So I think it might be a Jack only, but we'll see. That,
How much is that?
it helps us a little bit by saying, like, definitely knowing he's on, but
Oh, that helps.
My favorite answer. What do you want? Yes.
Yes, literally.
All
Just
right.
given a multiple choice question and answered with yes. Gotta love it. Oh, there we go.
Whole
There it
team.
is.
Oh, whole team, okay.
Let's go.
Also, hi everyone. I'm here. I'm gonna drag us in. Boop, 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 ba-doo.
We're getting dragged. Let's go.
You know what? Let's just join there, PC.
Oh wait,
We
yeah,
can
you
do
guys just joined too.
We can do that.
Yeah, let's go. Oh.
Hello.
Hey, here.
Yeah.
Season 6 champions.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to let you guys know I'm just watching the stream on the side. Your guys'
Yeah.
music is a little loud. We're having trouble hearing you a little bit in the first.
Oh, there wasn't supposed to be music. And a prod.
Oh.
Don't worry.
Okay, no, NA prod.
You know,
No big
it's
deal.
Not, it's
Don't worry,
not
he
a
gets
Golden
muted.
Hammer. So, anyways, it's not a Golden Hammer stream without some scuffness. So how do you guys feel for being season 6 champions?
We feel great. All of us, I can tell, speak for everyone that we all feel great about this. We worked for it. We've put a lot of scrims in on, even on days, you know, not all of us wanted to do it, but we did it. And we definitely, we really feel like we earned this.
Mm.
And I'll tell you what we were doing when we first started playing together as 5. We were running like a 30%, 40% win rate. I could use a fact check on this, but it was pretty tough early.
It
Asher,
was pretty low.
Possibly even lower, I think.
In mid plat.
It was in plat. I was like, guys, we're gonna join a diamond tournament, okay? We can do it. We might not win, but we'll be able to compete, I promise. And they were scared, but we put in the work, we came out on top.
Yeah, that's what you love to see for tournaments like this, is just teams coming together, putting in the work for it. Hunter, you have any questions for the team?
Man, well, from what I saw from you guys, like in terms of comfortability, you guys obviously seemed most comfortable on anything you guys came out with. But like, the biggest thing is that dive formation that you guys kind of set up. Especially, I called out to you, Jack Solo, when it came to that golden hammer, like running that echo and the sombra. You guys executed your dives very well. So. Maybe I guess this question is more for Christ than anybody, but I think anybody can answer it. So, what goes into kind of setting up those dives? Because like when it comes to things like a team composition, when it comes to working together, like dive is by far like the most difficult to do thing to do as a team.
Yeah, so actually, we started playing dive back in the Overwatch 1 days when the whole Diva Winston before Goats meta came out, kind of around when pros started playing it. So we were very familiar with the play style just from so long ago. So we decided to try and just stick with that. And with what our coach Asher recommended, that it's the best comp to try and build teamwork with. That if we can master that, we could pretty much master any comp. So that's pretty much what we started off with. And with this team not playing together as much as like an old friend group did, it was definitely a challenge to try and get that back together. But as soon as we got it, I mean, it really just took off for us.
True. I would like to note that we did have that 30% win rate when we first started playing as 5. So dive was a lot more
for our dive comp.
But as far as like technicals, what goes on, we had some really good somber dives, and essentially the technique was I ping him and I let Christ know that he needs to get into an open space and just get sights on it. And when he says ready, I throw the hack down and he jumps, and at about the same time, and we smoke people.
Grias is definitely the one pulling the trigger on most of our dives.
Yeah, so as you guys are the champions, you guys have played through, I don't know how many weeks, it might have been 8, 9, I forget. What's been like some of you guys' favorite memories throughout this year of competing in Golden Hammer Gaming Season 6?
I think it was that first match. Jehovah chucking that anti onto
accident.
Oh,
King's Row.
that was a
Yeah.
huge one.
That was like purely on accident, and then the shoutcasters were like, an amazing play, totally calculated. We had a good laugh
He
about
came out
that.
of spawn late because he was AFK, and by the time he came back around, the entire team's back was facing him, and he hit the nastiest 5-man ante we've probably ever seen.
Calculated.
I know
I think-
exactly what you're talking
Intentional.
about, and that was pretty funny.
I think that's a good option. But I think from the same game on Rialto, there were 2 big Diva Bomb plays, and the casters refused to believe that they were on purpose. The Diva Bombs wiped everything, and no, that can't be. It was an accident. He just, he used ult, and it happened to kill everyone, and then he did it again the same map. I love that moment.
That was a great map.
I'd also know, I think a favorite memory was kind of like the voice, just us voice chat in while we're playing, especially in the tournaments and stuff. I laugh probably 30% of the time that we're playing, just because we're making snarky or dumb comments in our lobby while we're also playing the game too. So my favorite memory would be just kind of goofing off while we're playing, scrimming or actual games too.
Yeah. So, as we're wrapping this up, you guys got any shout outs that you want to give out?
Hey, I want to shout out Omega Redemption and all the other teams that we played, and also you guys for putting on such a great tournament. It's been a
Such clean
blast.
shout outs.
Very-
Good
very
shout
fun.
outs.
Yeah.
Shout out to you
Yeah.
guys for this awesome tournament. Seriously.
Whoever
It was a
put
blast.
Genji as our mascot, thank you. Yep.
Oh, and I have a big
Thank you
one.
for
You
thank
guys
you
really
for giving
represent me
us-
out here.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to LARP as an esports team. It's been absolutely wonderful.
I have a big one. We've won the tournament. It's great. I've really enjoyed this tournament, and I'm sad. I think we've climbed to the point where we're not eligible to enter for next season. So I've been talking to other people. This group that we play with, it's comprised of friends, and there are more of us, but they're not really people who play Overwatch mainly. You know, some
Yeah.
League of Legends, some Valorant. And so I've been talking to people. I've been trying to put together another Wombats team, Wombats Academy. And it's not confirmed yet, but I am very excited. I really hope that they do go through with it and they'll enter for next season Golden Hammer Gaming.
Shout out my mom and my brother.
Yeah.
That's great. I was gonna say, and with you guys, and Atlas, I'll be in talk with you soon. You guys do get, and you have to choose who I will send awards to, custom-made plaques. I'll send one out for the
What?
team. I'll send
Phenomenal.
one out. I'll actually send enough for all the players. So you guys can decide if you want them all sent out to you. But
Oh,
I'll leave it
that's
up to you
great,
guys
yeah.
to send
That's
them all
great.
out.
Thank you so
So-
much.
Thank
Yep,
you.
as a big
That's
thank
so
you
cool.
for all you did, and I like to at least do something in like other leagues. I don't believe in tags. I believe in sending people stuff. So
It is a very cool thing, by the way. It's very cool.
Yeah, infinitely
I'm so
cooler.
stoked for it. I am like,
We're
I
gonna-
already have a spot shined on my
Yeah,
wall.
we're gonna have to get back to you on that. We might have to fist fight over it.
Oh no! I mean, I will send one big one out, and then I will send a bunch of small ones, and then you guys can actually, whoever gets it, can actually send it to people.
Yeah, I
Sweet.
think maybe the MVP of this match should get the big.
So, all right. Well, I'm glad you guys had a blast. This was great. This is season 6. I will be hopefully sending out information to everyone. Get feedback. I will thank the Wombats, as you guys said. I want to thank all the other teams that participated this season. We should have some kind of info on season 7 in the near future. Hopefully, it's going to happen in the springtime. And as always, people are always welcome back, and hopefully we can grow from we're at 14 teams. This was kind of low for this season, but hopefully we'll be back next season with even more teams and having both divisions going fully strong. So with that,
Awesome.
I wanna
Thank you
finally-
guys.
Thank you
Yep.
guys so much.
Yeah,
Great
thank
work
you.
for
Had-
all of our production that was responsible for
Great
this.
games.
Hey, we don't have this without you guys playing it in the first place. So we love you guys just as much.
Yep. So with that, thanks everyone for successful season 6. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you.
Dude.
Bye.
Bye.